Hello friends and namaskaram. A different kind of space race for India is heating up. While Elon Musk Starlink has been navigating a maze of Indian regulatory clearances, Mr. Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio has just dropped a bombshell. Reliance is reportedly eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into low Earth orbit (LEO), and that is a satellite market, if you don't know. And he is aiming to build a homegrown rival that could change the face of Indian internet forever. In this video, we break down the high-stake battle between the world's richest man and the India's biggest telecom partner. Let's go. Imagine a world where the most remote village in the Himalayas has the same internet speed as a penthouse in Mumbai. That world is coming, but it is not coming through cables, it is coming from the space. Welcome to the ultimate showdown of 2026, Reliance versus Starlink. This isn't just a business deal, it's a battle for India's digital sovereignty. For years, India has been the land of telecom wars. We saw 4G price plummet when Jio entered the market in 2016. But as of May 2026, terrestrial towers have hit a limit. While 99.6% of Indian districts have 5G coverage, there are still millions in shadow zones where fiber can't reach. And the price is definitely very big. A satellite communication market projected to reach 3.77 billion this year, growing at a staggering 16% CAGR. This is why Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns. One wants to bring this global network to India. The other wants to build a Desi constellation to protect India's interest. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Starlink is already a global powerhouse operating in over 100 countries. In India, Starlink has been chasing a launch since late 2022. So what's holding it up? As of today, May 6, 2026, Starlink is cleared for orbit but stuck in the tarmac. Although they have received a global mobile personal communication by satellite GMPCS license in June 2025, they are currently in security limbo. What are these hurdles? So first is the security hurdle. The Indian government has a very high standards. They require separate security clearance for every satellite gateway and localization of facilities for lawful interception. Next is the FDI logjam. Starlink's foreign direct investment proposal is still pending with the Department of Space. Third is the cost. While the Jio is known for being cheap, Starlink global hardware kit costs between $250 to $380, roughly about 21,000 to 31,000 rupees in Indian currency, with monthly fee potentially reaching 3,000 rupees. Can Musk drop the price low enough for the Indian mass market? That's a very big question at this point in time. Enter Mr. Mukesh Ambani. For a while, Reliance was working with SES on a medium Earth orbit (MEO) system called Geospace Fiber. But as of yesterday, May 6, 2026, the strategy has shifted dramatically. Reliance is now eyeing a multi-billion dollar entry into LEO, low Earth orbit segment. And the war is now being fought at the war footing levels. Report indicates Reliance has formed 6 dedicated teams to work on the satellites, payload, launches, and the user terminals. The acquisition strategy is also being worked out. Ambani isn't just building from scratch. Reliance is reportedly looking to acquire an existing satellite entity that already has orbital slots and infrastructure to speed up the launch. And lastly, the sovereignty argument. Reliance is positioning this as a national security move. Having a made in India LEO constellation reduce dependency on the foreign entities, a critical factor given the global geopolitical climate at this point in time. So why the sudden pivot to LEO? Well, there are various advantages. First is the latency. The traditional satellite, which is MEO or GEO, are quite far away. They are further away. LEO satellites are closer to Earth, meaning lower latency. Perfect for 300 million Indian 5G users who want to game or video call without a lag. Next is the direct to device. In 2026 is the year which will be known for direct to device tech. Imagine your phone connected to a satellite automatically when you lose cell signal. Starlink and Geo are both racing to perfect this. Third is the spectrum battle. There is a massive debate over the spectrum pricing. The DOT is favoring a 5% charge on adjusting gross revenue, while Starlink is pushing for lower costs to make service viable in India. So who takes the crown now? Starlink has proven tech and the global fleet. Reliance Jio has home court advantage, regulatory favor and history of disrupting market with aggressive pricing. But don't forget the dark horse. Airtel's UTL set, OneBev and Amazon's project Kuiper are also in the wings, waiting for their share of 3.77 billion pie, which is just the Indian market. The winner won't just be one with the most satellite, it will be the one who can convince the Indian consumer to switch from their rupees 500 fiber plan to satellite dish. So friends, what do you think? Are you team Jio or team Starlink? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the future of the telecom, tech and other business issues. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age-old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make. every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I'm talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You're focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine two CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team, and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So, which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms, not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property, it is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello दोस्तों, नमस्कार. Have you ever wondered why most strategy fail? And what is the CEO's secret to lasting business success? In the world of constant disruption, quarterly shifts, and the fleeting trends, how do you build a business that actually lasts? Therefore, in this video, we try and decode one of the most profound lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply it to modern executive leadership. The verse is verse 16 mentioned in chapter 2. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy, it is a high level strategic framework for resilience and decision making. Let's go. Welcome back, friends. If you are a business leader or an entrepreneur, you know the feeling. You are looking at the screen filled with red and green numbers, tracking the latest tech disruption, or worrying about the pivot in the global supply chain. We are taught that the change is the only constant. We build our career on being adaptable, on being agile, on being predicting the next big thing. But today, I want to challenge that. I want to invite you to look at your business and your life through a lens that is thousands of years old. We are looking at the single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 16. It's a verse about finding the indestructible in a world that feels incredibly temporary. It's about how a CEO, if you only focus on changing surface of the business, you will burn out. But if you tap into what never changes, you become an unstoppable, centered leader. And the verse quote, and the quote starts, that which is temporary is not the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is unchangeable and indestructible. This is the conclusion derived by the wise who have pondered on the subject at length. And the quote close. So, friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's proceed. Let us break down the boardroom. The temporary is your revenue targets, your current product cycle, your marketing trends, and your stock price. These things change. They are, by definition, the temporary realities, and therefore they are volatile. The ultimate reality is which is unchangeable and indestructible, is the core purpose, the foundational value, and the human essence behind your business. Think about it. Has the fundamental human desire for trust, quality, or genuine connections ever changed? No. Technology changes and also how we deliver that value, but the hunger for that value is constant. The wise, as the text says, know that you must build your strategy on the permanent while managing the temporary. So why do most business fails? Not because their tech wasn't good, but because they lost the sight of their ultimate reality. We live in a cycle of constant reactivity. A competitor launches a new feature, so we pivot. The market dips, so we slash our culture and also budget. We treat our company like it's only the temporary numbers. When you do that, you lose your center. You become a leaf in the wind. Verse 16 is a wake up call. It tells us that if you are only chasing the temporary, you are chasing an illusion. You are building on sand. A CEO who identifies entirely with the temporary success of a quarter will experience fear when that success fades away. Definitely, But a CEO who operates from the unchangeable, their vision, their ethics, their commitment to service, that CEO lead with calm, indestructible authority. So, how do we apply this tomorrow morning to our work, to our daily life? First, conduct a reality audit. Take your current projects and ask, is this a temporary tactical move, or is this rooted in our indestructible core? If it is temporary tactic, like a pricing shift, that's fine. Manage it, but don't worship it. Don't let your self worth or your company identity be defined by it. Second, focus on the indestructible. What is that one thing about your company, if you were to remove it, would make your company cease to exist, to be itself? For many, it's a core belief in innovation or deep customer empathy. There is, the ultimate reality. When the market are chaotic, double down on that core, and that is what provides stability for your team, your investors, and also yourself. As a leader, your job isn't just to predict the future. Your job is to anchor your team in the present. When you show up with the understanding that while external circumstances are constantly shifting, your integrity and purpose are unchangeable. Your team gains confidence. They stop fearing the disruption because they see you as a leader standing in the ultimate reality. You become the eye of the storm. So, if I leave you with this reflection, what in your business is temporary? Please find out. And are you mistaking it for your ultimate reality? Also, you need to work on this, right? So, this is a task for today. Pause, ponder, and realize that most successful, long lasting businesses are those that mastered the art of holding the temporary with
a loose grip while anchoring themselves firmly in the indestructible. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for joining in. Take this lesson, lead with clarity, and build something that truly endures. See you in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज हम स्पेसएक्स के आईपीओ के बारे में बात करेंगे। आपको सबको पता होगा कि रिसेंटली एक स्पेसएक्स का बहुत बड़ा एक आईपीओ आया है मार्केट में। आपने क्या उसमें निवेश किया है या सोच रहे हैं? एलन मस्क की कंपनी स्पेसएक्स शेयर मार्केट में एक धमाकेदार एंट्री ले चुकी है और आज हम इस वीडियो में बात करेंगे कि लिस्टिंग के बाद शेयरों में क्यों ऐसी इतना उछाल आया है, रॉकेट जैसी तेजी से बाजार में उछाल आया है और बाजार ने इतना पॉजिटिव रिएक्शन क्यों दिया है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों, 12 जून 2026 को ये स्पेसएक्स का जो आईपीओ था वो लिस्ट हुआ था स्टॉक एक्सचेंज पे। और ये एक मामूली आईपीओ नहीं है, ये दुनिया का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ था। ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स की बात हो रही है इसमें। एलन मस्क की कंपनी ने शेयर बाजार में कदम रखा, पहली दफा रखा है और इसने इस कदम रखते ही तूफान आ गया है, बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ा है। और हम इसकी बात करेंगे, जब इसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो इसकी वैल्यू ऑलरेडी 2.1 ट्रिलियन का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन कर चुकी है कुछ ही घंटों में, कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर। तो हम अपना एनालिसिस चालू रखेंगे, लेकिन दोस्तों अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि कौन से सिटी से आप हमारा ये प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप ये वीडियो देखना चाह रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। सबसे पहले नंबर्स की बात करते हैं। स्पेसएक्स ने आपके शेयरों जो शेयर था वो $135 के ऊपर लिस्ट किया था और मतलब कि जो स्टार्टिंग प्राइस है $135 है, मार्केट खुलेगा तो 135 से लिस्ट होगा। अब वहाँ पे जब खुलता है मार्केट तो उसके बाद ऊपर भी जाता है, नीचे भी जाता है, लेकिन सबको हैरान कर दिया, शेयरों ने जल्दी मार्केट खुलते ही 19% की उछाल मारी और डे का जो बिजनेस बंद होते होते 160.95 मतलब 135 पे ये चालू हुआ था और दिन के अंत होते होते $160.95 तक पहुंच गया। ये पर शेयर की प्राइस है। अब इसका सीधा मतलब ये है कि महज एक दिन में ही कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन 2.1 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गई और ये 21 बैंकों के सिंडिकेट द्वारा मैनेज किया गया एक विशाल ऑपरेशन था, जिसे इंटरनली एक प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स के नाम दिया गया है। जो स्पेसएक्स ने इस प्रोजेक्ट को प्रोजेक्ट एपेक्स दिया गया है और ये ग्लोबल एक आईपीओ है जिसमें अमेरिकन्स तो इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई भी इंसान इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है। अब ये इन्वेस्ट करना क्यों ज़रूरी है? देखिए, स्पेसएक्स जो कंपनी है एक प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन उन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक दूसरे ग्रह पे इंसानों को पहुंचाएंगे और वहां पे कॉलोनी बनाएंगे। तो ये अकेले तो कंपनी कर नहीं सकती। अगर अकेले भी करे तो फिर वो कंपनी की एक प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, जैसे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने भारत पे अटैक कर दिया था 200 साल पहले, 300 साल पहले। तो अगर ये मार्स पे जाते हैं तो इनकी हो जाती है। लेकिन अगर अगर ये आईपीओ है और इसको शेयर मार्केट में लोगों ने पब्लिक ने इन्वेस्ट किया इसके अंदर, तो सबकी इसमें हिस्सेदारी हो जाती है, एक ये पब्लिक कंपनी बन जाती है, जिससे कि अगर वहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश किया जाए तो जितने भी शेयर होल्डर्स हैं उनका पहला हक बन जाता है। तो इसीलिए ये जो आईपीओ है ये इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है और इसी की वजह से जो लोग हैं काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं स्पेसएक्स में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। आप देखिए 2.1 ट्रिलियन हो गया, ये अब तक का सबसे बड़ा आईपीओ है दुनिया में। अब सवाल है कि आखिर इस कंपनी में ऐसा क्या है और ये सिर्फ क्या रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी है? तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं कि इसमें इतना एक्साइटमेंट क्यों आ रहा है लोगों को। सबसे पहले देखिए, स्टारलिंक स्टारलिंक जो एक कंपनी है इलॉन मस्क की, ये इंटरनेट प्रोवाइड करती है। तो ये इनका एक पार्टनरशिप है स्पेसएक्स के साथ, जो भी इलॉन मस्क की कंपनी है। तो स्टारलिंक अगर नहीं है स्पेसएक्स के साथ तो कम्युनिकेशन कितना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। अगर मार्स पे पहुंच गए तो कम्युनिकेट कैसे करेंगे, इंटरनेट कैसे चलेगा, ईमेल कैसे आएगी? तो उसके लिए स्टारलिंक है। और
जिसके वजह से जो स्पेस एक्स है वो स्टारलिंक के टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज कर सकता है जब वो मार्स पे अपनी कॉलोनी बनाए। इसके अलावा इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक कार्स हैं, इनके पास इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो टेस्ला है वो है। तो जब मार्स पे जाएंगे तो उनको बैटरी बैकअप इक्विपमेंट लगेगा, वहाँ पे मार्स पे चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ लगेंगी। तो वो सब बनाने का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है वो टेस्ला के पास है। तो स्पेस एक्स हो गया आपका, टेस्ला हो गया आपका, स्टारलिंक हो गया। उसके बाद एलॉन मस्क की टनलिंग कंपनी है, बोरिंग कंपनी है, जो टनल बनाती है ज़मीन के अंदर। तो मार्स पे जाएंगे तो ज़मीन के ऊपर रहेंगे या ज़मीन के नीचे कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, तो उसके लिए उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी टनलिंग की होगी, जो बोरिंग करते हैं ज़मीन के अंदर, जिसमें बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेन्स चलाते हैं, तो वो होगा। अब ट्रेनों की बात हुई है तो इनके पास हाइपर लूप, आपने सुना होगा, कुछ साल पहले इन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी हाइपर लूप की, जो जो जमीन के अंदर टनल के अंदर एक ट्रेन चलती है बिना किसी इंजन के, सिर्फ वैक्यूम से चलती है, तो वो भी इनके पास है। तो आप समझिए कि जो स्पेस सेक्स है एक बहुत ही सीरियस कंटेंडर है, और इनके पास बहुत सारी और टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिससे स्पेस में जाके और फिर वहाँ मार्स पे लैंड करके और उसके बाद वहाँ पे कॉलोनी स्टैब्लिश करने का पूरा इन्होंने बेसिक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी खड़ा कर दिया है। अब बात करते हैं एआई की। तो इलॉन मस्क की एक और कंपनी है जिसका नाम है एक्स एआई। ये जो कंपनी है ये इसको उन्होंने स्टारलिंक के साथ मर्ज कर दिया है। और आप देखिए ग्रॉक उनका जो एआई है जो ट्विटर पे चलता है, जिसको हम एक्स प्लेटफॉर्म बोलते हैं आज की डेट में, तो ये एक पावर हाउस है जो एआई एनेबल्ड मशीनरी, एआई एनेबल्ड सिस्टम्स जो मार्स पे इस्टेब्लिश करने में सहायता करेगा, और ये इन्हीं के खुद का ओनरशिप है एलॉन मस्क का। तो इसकी वजह से लोग इसको देखते हैं कंपनी को, स्पेसएक्स को, कि ये अकेली एक रॉकेट बनाने वाली कंपनी नहीं है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी स्ट्रैटेजिक सॉल्यूशंस खड़े हैं जो इसी इकोसिस्टम से आते हैं। तो चलिए, मैंने काफ़ी एक्सप्लेन किया इसके बारे में। अब आगे बढ़ते हैं कि देखिए, ये आईपीओ है तो मार्केट रिस्क रिस्क तो होगा ही इसके अंदर। तो अपने होशो हवास ना खोएं, सोच समझ के अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं तो पूरा एनालिसिस करें, अपना एनालिसिस करके, और आपका लॉस एंड प्रॉफिट का एनालिसिस करके तभी इन्वेस्ट करें, क्योंकि मार्केट तो इस कंपनी पे भी वैसे ही लगेगा जैसे हर कंपनी पे लगता है। तो मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी का ध्यान रखें, अपने होशो हवास खो के और इमोशंस में आके इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि हर कोई ऐसा नहीं करता है, पूरा फ्यूचर और बैकग्राउंड फोरग्राउंड देख के करता है। अगर आप भारतीय निवेशक हैं और इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं तो ये सेंसेक्स ऑफ निफ्टी के थ्रू भी ये इन्वेस्ट किया जा सकता है। एक प्रोसेस है जो हमारे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस हैं वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं कि कैसे फॉरेन ट्रेड के अंदर आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ कागजी कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है, तो वो एक स्टैंडर्ड कागजी कार्रवाई है। तो आप इंडिया में होते हुए भी स्पेस एक्स में इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इलॉन मस्क ने मतलब जैसे ही ये स्टॉक मार्केट में आया, आईपीओ आया, वो एक ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं, दुनिया के पहले ट्रिलियनियर कहलाएंगे वो, क्योंकि आजकल तो बिलियनियर्स का ज़माना है, लेकिन वो ही अकेले ऐसे हैं जो ट्रिलियनियर बन गए हैं इस आईपीओ के आने के बाद। तो दोस्तों, ऑल इन ऑल ये जो आईपीओ है काफ़ी पॉजिटिव लग रहा है। लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा पहले कि आप एनालिसिस पूरा करें, उसके बाद ही इसमें आगे बढ़े अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ लग रही है इस आईपीओ के वजह से, तो इसके बारे में आपसे मैं चर्चा करना चाहता था। और मैं ये भी चाहता था कि आप सारी चीज़ों को समझें, और इसलिए मैंने एक चीज़ को आपको समझाने की कोशिश भी की इस वीडियो के अंदर। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके कोई और सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। मिलता हूँ अगले वीडियो में। जय हिंद। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आपका स्वागत है। कभी आपने सोचा है कि ब्लैक होल के अलावा भी ब्रह्मांड में कुछ ऐसा है जो हमारे विज्ञान, हमारी फिजिक्स को पूरा बदल सकता है? इस वीडियो में हम जानेंगे ग्रेविस्टार के बारे में, और हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे कि क्यों एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स की दुनिया में ये हमेशा एक चर्चा का विषय है।
अक्सर हमने सुना है कि एक विशाल तारा जब उसका एंड होता है, दी एंड, तो वो ब्लैक होल में बदल जाता है। लेकिन कभी आपने सुना है कि हो सकता है कि वो ग्रेविस्टार में बदल जाए और ब्लैक होल ना बने? तो ये ग्रेविस्टार क्या चीज़ है? और ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार एक कोलैप्सिंग स्टार है जो एक मिनी यूनिवर्स का निर्माण कर सकता है? तो काफ़ी दिलचस्प वीडियो होने वाला है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसकी चर्चा करते हैं। तो दोस्तों, जब हम अंतरिक्ष के बारे में सोचते हैं, उसकी विशालता को देखते हैं, तो अक्सर हमें लगता है कि जो सितारे हैं, जो स्टार्स हैं, वो एक लाइट का सोर्स हैं। और एक कोई बड़ा स्टार अपने अंत समय में पहुंचता है, वो उसकी डेथ होती है, तो वो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। और हमारी एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स में इसके बारे में काफ़ी डिटेल में एक्सप्लेनेशन है, हमारे फॉर्मूलाज से, रिलेटिविटी की थ्योरी से एक्सप्लेन किया गया है। लेकिन हाल ही में कुछ ऐसा देखने को मिला है कि जब ये बड़ा स्टार का दी एंड होता है, सुपरनोवा हाइपरनोवा में जब तब्दील होता है, तो उसके बाद वो कई दफ़ा ब्लैक होल नहीं छोड़ता है। वो एक नए तरीके का, जिसके बारे में हम कम जानते हैं, एक नए तरीके का एक ब्लैक होल की तरह ही एक नया एक छोड़ता है, एक आइटम छोड़ता है जिसका नाम है ग्रेविस्टार। अब उसके नाम से ही पता चलता है कि इससे ग्रेविटी से कुछ लिंक होगा। तो इस ग्रेविट स्टार बोलते हैं इसको, ग्रेविस स्टार, जो स्टैंड करता है ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। मतलब ये एक नए तरीके का ये एक जानवर है जो ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार होता है, जो ब्लैक होल से भिन्न होता है। ब्लैक होल क्या करता है, हर चीज अपनी तरफ खींचता है ग्रेविटी की वजह से, लेकिन ये ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार बन जाता है। और अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए या हमें ग्रेविस्टार कहीं दिख जाए, ऐसा देखने में आ रहा है कि कई जगहों पे जो हमारी साइंटिफिक थियरीज है वो ये कह रही हैं कि यहाँ पे ये ब्लैक होल नहीं है, बल्कि एक ग्रेविस्टार है। तो लेकिन इस पे शोध चल रहा है। तो अगर ये प्रूव हो जाए कि ग्रेविस्टार होता है, तो हमारे ब्रह्मांड की समझ पूरी की पूरी बदल जाएगी। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी अपने वीडियो की पहुंच को असेस करने के लिए। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। जो जो स्टार का एंड क्यों होता है, क्योंकि वो अपना जो ईंधन होता है, जिसका जो ईंधन होता है, वो हाइड्रोजन, हीलियम या कोई भी एलिमेंट उनको कंबाइन करता है और उससे वो फ्यूजन रिएक्शन होता है, जिससे काफ़ी हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है। और एक बैलेंसिंग एक्ट की तरह काम करता है कि उसके कोर में हीट प्रोड्यूस होती है जो ग्रेविटी को बैलेंस करती है, ग्रेविटी को अलाउ नहीं करती कि पूरे स्टार को कोलैप्स होने दे। तो वो अंदर से एक टग ऑफ वॉर चलता है और ये करोड़ों साल तक चलता रहता है। लेकिन एक दिन ऐसा आता है जब पूरे की पूरी जो उसकी जो मटेरियल है वो कंज्यूम हो चुका होता है, और उसकी एक लिमिट होती है जो होती है आयरन। आयरन का पीरियोडिक टेबल पे जो नंबर है वो 60 है। मतलब कि जो 60 अगर उसमें आयरन बन गया उसके कोर के अंदर, तो उसके बाद 60 आयरन के जो एटम्स हैं अगर कंबाइन करेंगे तो कितना आता है दोस्तों, 120। तो 120 जो एलिमेंट है वो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है हमारी पीरियोडिक टेबल के ऊपर, मतलब नेचर में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है। तो वो आयरन जो है वो आगे कंबाइन नहीं हो पाता है। तो उसकी वजह से जो ग्रेविटी है उस स्टार की वो टेक ओवर कर लेती है और इंस्टेंटली विद इन 1 सेकेंड, मतलब 30%, 30 माइक्रो सेकेंड के अंदर वो पूरा का पूरा स्टार कोलैप्स हो जाता है और सुपरनोवा में तब्दील हो जाता है। और जब वो ऐसा करता है तो जो कोर होता है स्टार का वो इतनी जो उसको उसको इतने ज़्यादा किक मिलती है कि वो कोलैप्स हो जाता है ब्लैक होल के अंदर, और जो बाहर वाला जो उसका जो लेयर है स्टार की वो बाहर की तरफ एक्सप्लोड कर जाती है, जिसको हम सुपरनोवा बोलते हैं। लेकिन जो बचता है वो एक सिंगुलैरिटी है। मतलब सिंगुलैरिटी मतलब कि उसके अंदर उस हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। उस वो इतना छोटा होता है कि हम उसको मेजर ही नहीं कर सकते। उसकी डेंसिटी इनफाइनाइट हो जाती है, उसकी स्पेस ज़ीरो हो जाती है। तो ये चीज़ें इन्फिनिटीज़ में पहुंच जाती हैं, जिसलिए हम उसको बोलते हैं सिंगुलैरिटी। हाँ, हालांकि सिंगुलैरिटी आज तक प्रूव नहीं हो पाई है, बट वो एक मैथमेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट बन के रह गई है, क्योंकि हम ब्लैक होल के अंदर देख नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हमें ये पता नहीं होता कि ब्लैक होल के अंदर क्या है। 2001 में वैज्ञानिकों ने ये देखा कि सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं होती है, और कई दफ़ा सिंगुलैरिटी ना होके ब्लैक होल की बजाय एक ग्रेविस्टार का जन्म होता है इस प्रोसेस के बाद। तो ग्रेविस्टार का मतलब क्या है? ग्रेविटेशनल वैक्यूम स्टार। अब कल्पना करें कि एक बहुत बड़ा जो स्टार है वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है और ब्लैक होल बनने के बजाय एक बहुत ही सख्त एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है। मतलब ब्लैक होल तो इंटरनल जाता है, लेकिन ये शेल के अंदर अंदर क्या है उसके अंदर हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन बाहर का जो आवरण है वो एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल बन जाता है और उसके बाद वो स्टेबल हो जाता है। उसके अंदर का जो हिस्सा होता है वो वैक्यूम होता है, उसके अंदर वैक्यूम होता है, बाहर एक ट्रांसपेरेंट शेल होता है, एक गुब्बारे की तरह होता है। बाहर ठोस परत होती है, अंदर एकदम खाली होता है, लेकिन सामान्य खाली नहीं होता है, उसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी होती है, डार्क एनर्जी से भरा होता है। और इस मॉडल को एक सिंगुलैरिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। मतलब अगर स्टार पूरा कोलैप्स हो जाए तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी चाहिए हमारे मैथमेटिकल जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं उनको स्टेबल करने के लिए। लेकिन अगर ग्रेविट स्टार है तो उसमें सिंगुलैरिटी नहीं है, अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है और बाहर से उसमें एक ट्रांसपेरेंट एक बहुत ही हार्ड एक शेल है। और ग्रेविस्टार अगर बने अब हमें मिल जाए तो ये हमें जनरल रिलेटिविटी और क्वांटम फिजिक्स में एक सिमिलरिटी भी हमें जो प्रदान करता है, जो आज की डेट में हम दोनों के अंदर जो सामंजस्य है वो ढूंढ नहीं पाए हैं। क्योंकि जो क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स है वो अपनी तरह से चलता है, उसके अपने फॉर्मूलाज हैं, और जो रिलेटिविटी है वो अपनी तरीके से चलता है, उसके अपने मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूलाज हैं। जब दोनों को मिलाते हैं तो हमारी फिजिक्स फेल हो जाती है। तो यही होता है सिंगुलैरिटी में। तो हम काफ़ी हमारे जो साइंटिस्ट हैं वो करीब 100 साल से 120 सालों से इन दोनों के बीच में सामंजस्य लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार एक ऐसा एक हाइपोथेटिकल एक ऑब्जेक्ट है यूनिवर्स में जो इन दोनों के बीच में सिमिलरिटी ला सकता है और उनके जो हमारी जो फिजिक्स है उसको भी कंप्लीट कर देता है। तो अब ये है कि ग्रेविस्टार कहाँ पे पाया जाता है। अब कई दफ़ा बोला जाता है कि ग्रेविस्टार हमारे जो गैलेक्सी का जो सेंटर है वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है। ऐसा बोला जाता है कि वो एक ग्रेविस्टार है और एक ब्लैक होल है, या एक ब्लैक होल और ग्रेविस्टार दोनों ही वहाँ मौजूद होते हैं, ऐसा बोला जाता है। इस पर रिसर्च चल रही है, इन दोनों चीज़ों को प्रूव करने की बहुत ही ज़्यादा कोशिश चल रही है। अब आप देखिए कि अगर इसके अंदर ट्रांसपेरेंट एक कवर है और अंदर सिर्फ डार्क एनर्जी है, तो इसका मतलब कि अंदर एक पूरा छोटा एक ब्रह्मांड है, इसके अंदर एक पूरा मिनी यूनिवर्स है जिसके अंदर डार्क एनर्जी भी होगा, डार्क मैटर भी होगा, और इसके अंदर प्लैनेट्स होंगे, गैलेक्सीज होगा। तो ये जो ग्रेविस्टार है ये एक ग्रेविटेशनल एक फोर्स बन जाता है, लेकिन वो ब्लैक होल की तरह सिंगुलरिटी नहीं बनता, बल्कि एक मिनी यूनिवर्स बन जाता है उसके अंदर। और जो अंदर उसके जो लोग रहते हैं या जो ग्रह होते हैं उनको नहीं पता होता कि बाहर क्या है। वो शेल के बाहर नहीं देख सकते। जो शेल होता है वो ट्रांसपेरेंट होता है, लेकिन उसके बाहर वो जहाँ उनके देख नहीं सकते, क्योंकि शेल पे स्पीड ऑफ लाइट होती है, जो आपको पता होगा ब्लैक होल के जो फॉर्मूलाज हैं वो उसमें लगते हैं। तो ग्रेविस्टार अगर सच में मौजूद है, अभी तक हमारे पास कोई सीधा प्रमाण नहीं है, लेकिन सिर्फ मैथमेटिकल एक प्रमाण हो सकता है, जो एक अनुमान लगाया जा सकता है, क्योंकि इन चीज़ों को देखना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, दिखाई नहीं देते, कुछ भी वहाँ से रेडिएशन बाहर आता नहीं है। जब तक कुछ आता नहीं है बाहर, हम उसको देख नहीं सकते। तो दोस्तों, ये एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके पीछे काफ़ी शोध किया जा रहा है, और मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि आपको क्या लगता है कि ग्रेविस्टार होंगे या सब सारे जो तारे हैं, बड़े स्टार्स हैं, जब वो अपना अंत में आते हैं तो ब्लैक होल में कन्वर्ट होते हैं? कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं, और हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब ज़रूर करें। अगर आप विज्ञान की यात्रा में अगर आप उत्सुक हैं तो हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। सीखते रहें, आगे बढ़ते रहें। माय नेम इज सीके। सी यू इन द नेक्स्ट वन।
From counting steps to coaching lives, Google's health coach isn't just tracking your fitness, it is rewriting the future of wellness. With Gemini Premium as its stage, the Fitbit legacy bows out, and the new AI powered mentor steps in to guide every heartbeat, every habit, and every choice. So, let's find out more about this. In 2026, the Google has taken a decisive steps in reshaping the digital health landscape by rolling out its health coach globally for a Gemini Premium subscriber. This move marks the quiet sunset of Fitbit's standalone app and signaling a consolidation of Google's health ecosystem under Gemini AI umbrella. What was once a fitness tracker and companion has now evolved into a full-fledged AI-driven health advisor designed not merely to log steps or monitor sleep, but to actively guide user towards healthier lifestyles with personalized context, awareness, and recommendation. So the health coach integrates seamlessly with Gemini's broader AI capabilities, offering a holistic view of wellness and its draw from the wearable data, nutrition log, and even the environmental cues to craft a tailored action plan. So unlike Fitbit's app, which largely focus on metrics, and progress tracking health coach positioning itself as a proactive partner and anticipating needs, suggesting the interventions and nudging the user towards sustainable habits. For example, the quality, it might recommend adjusting a evening routine or highlight dietary factors or even suggest mindful exercises, all backed by AI driven insight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, the rollout effect Google's ambition to merge health and AI into a single premium experience. By embedding health coach into Gemini Premium, Google is not only monetizing advanced health feature but also reinforcing the value proposition of its AI subscription model. So the shift underscores a broader industry trend. Health applications are no longer standalone and utilities, but integrated service within a larger AI ecosystem. Fitbit's application, once a pioneer in consumer health tracking, now becomes a legacy product and absorbing into the more expensive vision. So the implications are profound. On one hand, the user gain access to smarter, more adaptive health platform that can evolve with their needs. On the other hand, the question arises about the data privacy, the accessibilities, and the inclusivity. So health coach reliance on AI means a sensitive personal data, a sleep cycle, maybe a nutrition, stress level are processed at a scale. While the Google promises robust safeguard, the consolidation of health data under a single corporate AI raising the inevitable concern about the transparency and control. Moreover, by tying a health coach to Gemini Premium, Google risk creating a two-tier health system where the advanced AI-driven wellness tools are available only to those who can afford subscription fee. And from a cultural perspective, the replacement of Fitbit's application symbolize the end of the fitness tracker era and the dawn of AI mediated health. Fitbit once represented the democratization of health tracking and simple device empowering everyday users to monitor their activity. But when we talk about the health coach, so health coach by contrast embodies the AI first philosophy of 2026, where the wellness is no longer just measured but actively managed by the intelligent system. And this shift mirrored the broader societal changes as AI became the embedded in daily life. Even the personal health is reframed through predictive algorithm and digital coaching. So critics definitely arguing that the more risk alienated a long-time fitness user who valued the simplicity of the application. So the health coach AI, which is a heavy interface, may feel overwhelming or intrusive to those who are accustomed to straightforward tracking. Yet the Google's bet is clear. The future of health lies not in a passive measurement but in active AI driven guidance. So, if the successful health coach could redefine as how individuals emerged with their wellness and transforming health application from passive record keepers into a dynamic partner in everyday life. So that is a change. And ultimately, the Google Health Coach globally rollout it is more than a product update. It is a strategic orientation of digital health. So by folding Fitbit into Gemini Premium, Google signals the health is no longer a kind of a very different or very alone ecosystem. The move consolidates the Google position in competitive health tech market, challenges rivals like Apple Health and Samsung Health, and set the stage for future AI is not just a tool but a trusted companion in the personal well-being. So Fitbit era of simple tracking closes and the new chapter begins, where the every choice is guided by intelligence that learn with you. And the Google Health Coach is not just an application, it is a whisper of tomorrow. So wellness as digital mentor shaping the rhythm of human health in the age of AI. So what do you think about this? So I look forward for your comments, and we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era where the CEOs are obsessed with analytics, KPIs, and AI driven insights, there is a fundamental element of business and humanity itself that numbers simply cannot quantify. Therefore, in this video, we explore the profound leadership lessons that we learn from Bhagavad Gita. And we will actually discuss one particular verse which describes the soul as something amazing to witness yet impossible to fully decode, serves as a powerful metaphor for the CEO's blind spot. Let's go and discuss this further. As CEOs with numbers, we are trained to believe that if we can measure it, we can manage it. We optimize our supply chain, we do A and B tests, and we also test our marketing. We use AI to predict market shifts. We pride ourselves on being data driven. But let me ask you a simple question. How often have you made a perfect decision based on all the available data only for it to fail sometime later because of something which you missed and that was intangible? Maybe it was a culture issue, you didn't see it coming, or sudden shift in consumer feelings that no spreadsheet could capture. Today I want to talk about your biggest professional blind spot. It is not a lack of data, it is the mistaken belief that data is the only reality. We are going to look at this through the lens of an ancient wisdom, a verse from Bhagavad Gita that suggests there are dimensions of reality that remains by definition beyond our decoding. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and you know uh, which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. All right, let's look at the verse now. In this verse, the text describes the nature of the soul, which is the essence of a person or the inner spark, using three words. And the quote starts: for some, the soul is amazing to see, for some, it is perplexing to hear, and for some, it is a mystery when described. No one has really been able to decode the soul as yet. And the quote close. Think about the word mystery. In business, we hate that word. We want clarity, we want an algorithm. But this ancient teaching reminds us that the most vital part of life, and by extension, the core of our business success, are inherently indecodable. You cannot put a human soul, a leader's intuition, or the spark of the innovation into a KPI report. So, why is this CEO's blind spot? Because when we try to decode our team as if they are the machines, we lose them completely. The engagement gap also can define this. You can track hours worked by your team, but you cannot track the soul of and the passion of your employees. And the third point could be the vision gap. The strategy is a data, vision is a mystery. People follow leaders who are comfortable with the mystery, not just leaders who are comfortable with Excel. So, when we focus only on the decodable, we become reactive. We ignore the pulse of our organization. We miss the amazing things happening right in front of us because we are too busy looking at the metrics of the past. So, friends, what does this mean for our daily routine? It doesn't mean throwing away your data, it means developing a different kind of executive presence. Embrace the unknown. When you face a crisis, don't just look for more data. Ask, what is the human element here that I'm not measuring? You can also look at, a method of cultivating intuitions. Intuition is just high speed pattern recognition filtered through experience. It is your internal vision of seeing the amazing. You could also consider, the space itself, which holds the mystery. If your team feels like they are line items, they feel they will perform like line item itself, because that's what they believe. If you treat them as a part of a mystery that is still unfolding, that is unique and valuable. You tap into their true potential. The Bhagavad Gita tells us that the soul is a mystery, and it is beauty also. Maybe your business is too, in a similar fashion. Stop trying to decode everything. Start embracing the mystery, and that is where the real growth will happen. So, friends, my name is CK. Thanks for watching. And if this shift your perspective today, subscribe for more ways to lead with both clarity and humanity. And I will catch you again in the next one.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry, and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार, और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं, और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर, पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः, 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 ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Hello, friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna, tells Arjun Oh Arjun, be a yogi. But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialist eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today, we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number two is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number three is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board. They can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle. The yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Maersk's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden, nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghvi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear. The future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding, internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan, and MUFG for this acquisition. Now, some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma's world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon shares surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. Biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer. They are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky. A light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two. And they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titles involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly moving away from the cold dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from a gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "Oh Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, the yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi. Today we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number 2 is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number 3 is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board. They can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Jnani and the process of Karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understands that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle. The yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In a world wired by energy, the true revolution isn't about roaring engines or the blazing rocket. It is a silent spark inside a battery. From powering our phones to propelling electric dreams, the next generation of batteries promises not just a longer life, but a cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable future. The hum of the progress is quiet, but its impact will echo across the industries and civilization. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories of universities and research center, a revolution is unfolding. One that doesn't roar like a rocket launch or dazzles like a meteoroid shower, but instead hums softly in the background of our daily lives. It is the revolution of batteries, the hidden engines of modern civilization. From the phone in your pocket to the car in your driveway, from the solar panel on rooftop to the satellite orbiting Earth, batteries are the invisible lifeblood of our technological age. And now, new research suggests that the new wave of breakthrough could transform energy storage efficiently, sustainability, and the way that ripple across the society. For decades, lithium ion batteries have been the reigning champion. They powered that smartphone revolution, enabled electric vehicle, and made renewable energy more practical. Yet, their limitations are becoming increasingly clear. They degrade over time, rely on scarce materials like cobalt, and struggles to store the enough energy for the demand of a world racing towards the electrification. So the urgency of the climate change and the global push for cleaner energy have turned batteries innovation into one of the most critical scientific frontier of 21st centuries. So recent advances point to several promising directions, and the solid state batteries, for instance, replace the flammable liquid electrolyte with the solid materials and offering greater safety and higher energy and of course that energy with density. So imagine an electric car that charges in minutes and drives for 1,000 kilometers without refueling. Sounds good, na? So, the researchers are also exploring sodium ion batteries, which use abundant salt instead of lithium, and potentially decrematizing the excess of energy storage by reducing cost and reliance on geopolitical sensitivity in supply chains. So, meanwhile, the flow battery is a large system where the energy is stored in the liquid tank could revolutionize the grid storage, allowing renewable energies from wind and solar farms to capture and release that steadily, and even when the sun sets or the wind dies down. So, efficiency is another frontier. Scientists are experimenting with nanomaterials that allow iron to move more freely, reducing energy loss and extending battery life. Other are designed like self-healing electrodes that repairs the microscopic cracks and prolonging the lifespan of the device. Sustainability, yes, very, very important. So that too is at the heart of this revolution. So recycling technologies are being developed to recover valuable metals from the old batteries and recreating circular economies where the waste become raw material for the next generation of the storage. So the implications are definitely profound. A breakthrough in the battery technology doesn't just mean better gadgets. It actually reshape entire industries. Transportations could shift decisively towards electric mobility, slashing the emission from the cars and trucks and the planes. And the home could become self-sufficient. Power hubs and the storage of solar energy during the day and then releasing it at the night. So developing the nations often constrained by the unreliable grid that could actually leapfrog into the decentralized energy system powered by affordable, durable batteries. Even the space exploration stands to benefit, with the spacecraft and the lunar base requiring the robust, lightweight storage solutions. So, yet the challenge remains. So, scaling laboratories' success into the mass production is the notoriously difficult, and the cost must be driven down, supply chain secured, and the safety ensured. So, the story of the battery breakthrough is not one of that single inventions, but a countless incremental steps. So each building on the last and each bringing us closer to the world where the energy is clean, abundant, and accessible. So in the end, batteries are more than just a storage device. They are enablers of possibilities. So they hold within them the promise of sustainable future, where the human ingenuity aligns with the planetary needs. As researchers push the boundaries of chemistry and physics, They are not merely improving technology, they are rewriting the script of civilization's energy story. The hum of tomorrow, battery, and maybe quiet, but with their impact will be thunderous, and very, very profound. So we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. The vast expanse of India's mythological and spiritual heritage, Jamadagni emerges as a figure who embodies both wisdom and strength. A sage of Bhrigu lineage and one of the revered Saptarishi, he was not confined to meditation alone. His life was a rare fusion of scholarship and martial mastery. Jamadagni's household was a sanctuary of Vedic learning where the sacred hymns were preserved, transmitted, yet it was also a place where the science of weaponry, the art of warfare were refined into discipline of dharma, that is righteousness. His bow, saranga, and his knowledge of Dhanur Veda symbolize the union of intellect and arm, teaching the weapon are not instrument of conquest, but the guardian of righteousness. Jamadagni's life was not merely about personal achievement, it was about shaping the legacy that would endure through his son Parshuram, the warrior sage who carried forward his father's vision of dharma defended by strength. Thus, Jamadagni stands at the crossroad of meditation and battlefield, of the scholarship and strategy, reminding us that the true greatness lies in the harmonizing wisdom with power. In the tapestry of ancient Indian tradition, Jamadagni stands as a figure of profound duality. At once a sage immersed in spiritual wisdom, and the other part he is the master of martial science. His life reflects the delicate balance between pursuit of knowledge and the necessity of defense, between the serenity of meditation and the discipline of warfare. Jamadagni's contribution to the science of weaponry and the art of warfare are legendary. As a descendant of great sage Bhrigu, he inherited not only the spiritual insight but also a deep understanding of martial techniques. Ancient texts describe him as a custodian of Dhanur Veda, a branch of knowledge that encompass the use of bow, arrow, and divine weapons. His bow, saranga, became the symbol of his mastery, later passed on to his son Parshuram, who wielded it into a campaign against the Kshatriyas. Jamadagni's teaching emphasized discipline, precision, and the ethical use of force that is also applies on warfare. It was not just for the conquest, but for the protection of dharma, which is righteousness. In this way, he elevated martial science into a sacred art and inseparable from moral responsibility. The bow of dharma can be seen in the modern cybersecurity and AI governance. Our digital weapon, algorithms, data, and code must be aimed at protecting truth, justice, and not the exploitation. The legacy reminds us that the technology is powerful only when aligned with the ethical purpose. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, yet the Jamadagni was not merely a warrior sage. His spiritual and scholarly contribution are equally profound. As one of the world's revered Saptarishi, he played a vital role in preserving and transmitting the Vedic knowledge. His devotion to meditation or spirituality made him a beacon of righteousness. His household became the center of learning. Legend recounts his ability to command nature itself, receiving boons from Surya, the sun god, and harnessing the divine cow, Kamdhenu, which symbolize abundance and substance. These stories reflect his stature as a sage who could bridge the material and the spiritual, guided by, and definitely that will help in guiding humanity towards balance. This was very important in the context of making the balance. If we think deeper, deeper and find out in 2026, that is actually more relevant. This continuity reflects how knowledge passes from one generation to the next, and today's AI pioneering inherit both innovation and responsibility. The art of war in 2026 is not just about weapon, but about navigating global conflict in cyber space, in trade wars, and AI ethics. Jamaat Agni's story reminds us that every new generation must weld its tool with wisdom. The tragedy of Jamadagni's death, slain by the men of King Kartivirya Arjun for refusing to surrender Kamdhenu, underscores the eternal tension between the spiritual authority and the worldly power. His martyrdom ignited Parshuram's vow to rid the earth of oppressive rulers, ensuring that Jamadagni's legacy lived on not only in a scholarship but also in action. Through his son, his teaching on weaponry, dharma were carried forward, shaping one of the most dramatic cycles in Hindu mythology. So Jamaat Agni's life thus embodies a rare synthesis, the science of warfare tempered by spiritual wisdom. He demonstrated that true mastery of arms must be guided by restraint, ethics, and devotion to higher principle. His scholarly contribution ensured the continuity of Vedic tradition, while his martial legacy empowered future generation to defend righteousness. And him, the sage and the warrior, were not opposite, but actually it is kind of a two face of one life dedicated to preservation of dharma, that is righteousness. Now, if we see in the context of 2026, this mirrors actually how nations and corporations debate the ethical use of AI autonomous weapon. Just as Jamaat Agni's insisted on restraining, today's leaders grappled with ensuring AI-driven defense system remain accountable to human values. So Jamaat Agni's life is a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom and the mastery of strength are not opposite paths, but a complementary one. As sage, he safeguarded the Vedic tradition, nurtured the scholarship and the spiritual discipline. As a master of weaponry, he elevated warfare into a sacred science, teaching that arms must serve the righteousness rather than ambition. His martyrdom at the hand of worldly power underscores the kind of softness of spiritual authority. Yet, through Parshuram, his legacy endured and ensured that righteousness would always find a defender. So in Jamaat Agni's, we see the rare union of scholar, warrior, and meditation, and of course the meditation and the battlefield. His contribution continues to inspire, remind us that the true greatness lies not in domination, but in harmonizing knowledge with the responsibility and strength with virtue. So Jamaat Agni's contribution lies in his rare synthesis, and also it also reminds us, his story continues to inspire us, remind us that wisdom, strength must walk hand in hand. So please send your comments and subscribe our channel for more insight into Indian mythology and spirituality. See you in the next one. But before we close this live stream, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. In this video, we decode one of the most profound verses of the Bhagavad Gita to reveal a blueprint for a modern leadership and business's longevity. While the most CEO fear the end of a market cycle or the disruption of their industry, the Gita teaches that dissolution is simply the precursor to a more powerful manifestation. Let us go and discuss this further. Every CEO, every founder, every leader share a common nightmare. That is the end. The end of a product relevance, the end of a market cycle, the end of an era. We spend billions on R&D and strategy just to stave away and stave off the inevitable moment when what we have built is no longer enough. We treat disruption like an enemy and therefore it has to be defeated. But what if the end wasn't a failure? What if it was a biological, even cosmic necessity? Today we are bridging the gap between the modern boardroom and the ancient Vedic philosophy. We are looking at chapter 9, verse 7 of the Bhagavad Gita, where Shri Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna reveals a concept that can transform your lead, you can scale, and most importantly, how you can pivot. Welcome to the Eternal Pivot Leadership Lessons from the cycle of Kalpa. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's look at the verse. The text says, and in this context, Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, quote starts, every material being enter into me at the end of every cycle of Kalpa or a millennium. O Konte, I send them back again at the beginning of the next cycle. Quote close. To understand this, for business, we need to understand two terms, Kalpa and dissolution. A Kalpa is a massive cycle of time, a cosmic fiscal year or a grand scale. At the end of this cycle, everything, the stars, the planet, the souls, merges back into the source. Nothing is destroyed in the scene, in a sense of vanishing into nothingness. It is simply pulled back into a state of potential. Potential energy, right? Then Bhagwan Krishna says, I send them back again. This is a first great leadership lesson. Existence is cyclic, not linear. In business, we often try to force linear growth forever, but the Gita reminds us that everything that manifests must eventually be pulled back into the source, which is the core idea, the raw talent, the capital, etc., before it can be projected outward again in a better, more evolved form. Why do legacy company fail? Because they try to fight the end of their kalpa. Think of Kodak, Nokia, or Blockbuster. They viewed their current form, their specific product as permanent. When the cycle ended, they resisted the pullback to the source. They refused to dissolve their old identity, and as a result, they couldn't be sent back as something new. As a leader, your job is to identify when a cycle is closing. Is your current business model is being that has reached the end of the kalpa, or holding on to strategic simply because it worked in the last millennium? Very profound question, isn't it? I think all of you can try and answer in your business. Bhagwan Krishna's wisdom here is about strategic detachment. He doesn't mourn the end of kalpa. He facilitates it because he knows the next cycle is already planned. A Gita aligned CEO doesn't see a market crash as a catastrophe. They see it as the universe clearing the whiteboard for a new, more efficient design. So, how do you apply this? We call it the eternal pivot. The eternal pivot is the ability to withdraw your energy, resources, and talent from a dying cycle and bring them back to the source, which in your case is your core purpose. When you pivot, you aren't changing who you are changing how you manifest. There are several things that you need to take care. First, identify the end of the cycle signal. High customer acquisition cost, stagnation in innovation, or a shift in the cultural values. These aren't just problems, they are the kalpa signals. Number 2, embrace the dissolution. Don't just fix a broken department. Sometimes you have to dissolve it completely. Let the talent and the capital return to the center. Number 3, remanifestation. Ask yourself, if you were starting from scratch today with the wisdom of the past, what would I send back into the world? This is exactly what Krishna does. He doesn't just repeat the previous cycle. He sent beings back again, fresh, renewed, and ready for the new era. Leading from the verse 7 means leading with a cosmic perspective. It removes the ego from the pivot. If you believe you are your current product, a pivot feels like a personal death. But if you see yourself as the facilitator of the cycle, like Bhagwan Krishna of your organization, then the pivot becomes your greatest act of creation. You become a leader who's unshakable. When the industry is in chaos, you are calm because you understand the mechanics of the kalpa. You know that for something to be born, something must first return to the source. You aren't just managing people, you are managing the rhythm of evolution. Next time when you face a major transition, a failed venture, or a shifting market, don't look at it as an ending of the your career, etc. Look at it through the lens of chapter 9 and verse 7. The cycle is closing so that the new one can begin. Your material being, your current project, is just returning to you so that you can send it back out, stronger, wiser, and more aligned with the future. Master this cycle, embrace the dissolution, and always be ready for the next kalpa. So friends, thanks for watching and thanks for listening. Now you go forth and lead the next cycle. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I leave you today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling and experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicist modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium alike to soil or sandstone and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop purchasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste. It is about harmony between science and ritual, So every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So, what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज है बृहस्पतिवार और जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, ज़्यादातर लोगों को पता रहता है कि बृहस्पतिवार का जो दिन होता है ये भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम भगवान विष्णु की पूजा करते हैं, आराधना करते हैं और हर रोज़ की तरह अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान विष्णु का नमन करेंगे, उनको याद करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि हम हर मंत्र को 11 दफ़ा करते हैं, तो आज भी हम एक बहुत ही आसान सा मंत्र भगवान विष्णु का जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफ़ा हम रिसाइट करेंगे। और हम ये काउंटर यूज़ करेंगे जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर आ जाते हैं, तो ये काफ़ी हमें सहायता मिलती है कि हम इसमें देख लेते हैं कि कितनी बार हुआ है। आप जैसा मर्जी चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं, आप उंगलियों का यूज़ कर सकते हैं, आप माला का यूज़ कर सकते हैं, आपके जो आपको कंफर्टेबल लगे वैसा करें। तो चलिए हम अपनी पूजा प्रारंभ करते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। पहले तो हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करते हैं। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारी पूजा आज की समाप्त होती है, तो हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। तब तक आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो। नमस्कार।
Did you know that Earth is actively sailing through debris of an ancient stellar explosion? Scientists drilling deep into tens of thousands of year old Antarctica ice have just confirmed a mind blowing cosmic secret. Our solar system is traveling through radioactive cloud left behind by an ancient supernova. In this video, we break down an incredible discovery made by international research team. By analyzing pristine ancient ice layers in Antarctica, scientists detected traces of iron 60, a rare radioactive isotope that only forms during a supernova. Let us explore this further. Antarctica, it is the coldest, driest and most isolated continent on Earth. For centuries, we have treated it as a pristine time capsule of our own planet's history. But recently, an international team of scientists drilling deep into the ancient ice sheets uncovered something that doesn't belong to Earth. In fact, it doesn't even belong to our solar system. Deep within the tens of thousands of years old ice layers, researchers found a steady, undeniable influx of a rare radioactive space dust. And the data tells us a story that sounds like straight up science fiction. Right now, you are actually sitting here watching this video. Our planet is sailing directly through a radioactive debris of an alien supernova. We aren't just looking at the remnant of the dead star through our telescopes anymore. We are actively breathing them in. We are traveling through cosmic cloud of stellar wreckage. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. How did scientists figure this out from a block of ice? What exactly is lurking in the cosmic cloud? And should we be worried about radiation? Let's break it down. To understand how we know this, we have to look at the specific cosmic fingerprint. An isotope known as iron 60. Now, normal iron is incredibly common on Earth and also on Moon, and also on Mars and other rocky planets, also rest of the solar system. It's in our own skyscrapers, our cars, and hemoglobin carrying oxygen through the blood right now. But iron 60 is a different one. It's a radioactive cousin of normal iron, packing 4 extra neutrons in its nucleus. And here is the thing about iron 60. It is not native to Earth. It cannot be naturally produced by any geological or chemical processes on our planet. It can't even be cooked up by a normal process inside our sun. There is only one place in the universe with the chaotic energy, extreme pressure, and the mind-boggling temperatures required to forge iron 60. The heart of a dying massive star during a supernova explosion. When these stars explode, they blast out heavy elements across light years of empty space like a cosmic shrapnel. But here is the real kicker. Iron 60 is radioactive and it has half-life of about 2.6 million years. Now 2.6 million years might sound like a long time, but in cosmic terms, in a universe which is 13.8 billion years old, that's a blink of an eye. If iron 60 had been on Earth when our planet formed 4.5 billion years ago, every single atom of it would have decayed into a stable nickel billions of years ago. There should be zero iron 60 left on Earth, and yet we just found it. Fresh, undecayed, and perfectly preserved in the snow of Antarctica. So how do we catch this space dust? You use the cleanest net on Earth, the Antarctica ice sheet. Because Antarctica experiences almost no industrial pollution, and because its snow accumulation builds neatly layer by layer, century after century, it acts like a giant frozen hard drive, logging everything that falls from the sky. An international research team took samples of the snow and ice dating back tens of thousands of years. They carefully melted it down, filtered it, and ran it through incredibly sensitive piece of machinery called the accelerator mass spectrometer. They weren't looking for pounds of stuff, they were hunting for individual atoms. And against all odds, they found them. Scattered through the snow layers was light but steady rain of iron 60. But finding it wasn't even the biggest surprise. The real shocker was where they found it in the timeline. In the past, scientists had found deep sea sedimentation, containing iron 60 from millions of years ago, indicating that Earth passed near a supernova in the distant past. But these spikes died down. The Antarctica ice core showed something fundamentally different. The influx of iron 60 hasn't stopped. It is happening right now. The snow that fell just a few thousand years ago and the snow falling today carries this interstellar signature. This means Earth isn't just looking at the ghostly echoes of an old explosion. We are actively driving through the debris cloud right now. So, what is this cloud we are sailing through? Astronomers call it the local interstellar cloud, or the LIC for short. It's a massive structure of gas and dust spanning about 30 light years across. For the past several thousand years, our entire solar system, which is Sun, Earth, Mars, all of us have been plowing through the cloud at a staggering speed, roughly about 50,000 miles an hour. For a long time, we didn't know exactly what the local interstellar cloud was made of or where it came from. But thanks to the Antarctica ice data, we finally have the answer. The LIC is the literal edge, the expanding shock wave of an ancient supernova, or potentially a cluster of supernovae that exploded millions of years ago in our cosmic neighborhood. Imagine a firework exploding in the sky. Long after the bright flash fades, a ring of smoke keeps expanding outward through the air. Our solar system has essentially driven right into the expanding ring of cosmic smoke. As our planet moves through it, Earth's gravity sweeps up the heavy dust particles, dragging them through our atmosphere, where they gently settle into the polar ice. Now, hearing these words like radioactive space dust and alien supernova debris might make you wonder, are we in danger? Is this radioactive cloud threatening the life on Earth? The short answer is no. We are perfectly safe, and we have two incredible shields to thank for it. The first shield belongs to our sun. It's called the heliosphere. The sun constantly blows out powerful streams of charged particles known as solar wind. This wind creates a gigantic magnetic bubble that surrounds the entire system. As we sail through local interstellar cloud, the heliosphere acts like the bow of a ship, deflecting the vast majority of interstellar gas, cosmic rays, and dangerous radiation around us. Only the heaviest, densest bit of matter, like tiny grains of dust laced with iron 60, have enough momentum to punch through the heliosphere and make it to the inner solar system. And the tiny fraction of the dust that does make it to Earth has to face our second shield, our atmosphere and magnetic field. By the time these atoms drift down to the surface of Antarctica, they are also incredibly sparse that they pose absolutely zero health risk. Instead of a threat, this cloud is a gift. It's an unprecedented scientific gold mine. It allows us to study the chemistry of a dying star without ever leaving our planet. This discovery completely changes how we think about our place in the universe. We often view our solar system as an isolated, peaceful bubble, completely cut off from the chaotic deep space beyond. But the Antarctica ice has shattered that illusion. It proves Earth is deeply, intimately connected to the wider galaxy. We are dynamic travelers in changing cosmic landscape. Astronomers estimate that our solar system will finish its voyage through the local interstellar cloud in the next 10 to 20,000 years. As we exit, we will sail into a new region of interstellar space, and the layers of Antarctica snow will record that transition too. It's a beautiful reminder that we are all quite literally made of stardust, and right now we are sailing through the very force that created us. And therefore, friends, if you found this discovery as mind blowing as I did, make sure to smash that like button. It really helps the channel out. Let me know in the comments below, how do you feel to know that you're breathing an ancient supernova dust right now? Don't forget to subscribe for more fascinating space breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next voyage, my friends. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Ferrari has officially entered the electric era with an all-new Ferrari Luce. In this video, we take an exclusive first look at the Maranello's first fully electric car, a $640,000 four-door super sedan that challenges everything we thought we knew about the electric car performance. Can a battery-powered Ferrari still delivers that legendary prancing horse soul? Is the $640,000 price tag justified? We analyze how the Luce compares to the Puro Sangu and other luxury EVs, and why the Ferrari's move to electric is far more calculated than just chasing trends. Whether you are a die-hard V12 pursuit or an EV enthusiast, this is the most important Ferrari launch of the decade. Let's go and discuss this further. For decades, the name Ferrari has been the synonym with one thing: the raw scream of the combustion engine. From the legendary V12 to the high-strung V8s, Maranello defined the supercar felt like. You know what it really means to have a supercar. Therefore, people used to say that I own a Safari. But today, the history book has been rewritten. Ferrari has officially unveiled the Luce, their first ever fully electric vehicle. It's a bold $640,000 statement that they aren't just joining the EV race, they intend to lead it. But can a battery-powered car truly capture the prancing horse soul? Today we are breaking down everything you need to know about the most controversial, technologically advanced and expensive car Ferrari has ever produced. So friends, if you reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's get straight to the numbers because they are staggering. The Luce is built on a dedicated EV platform housing a 122 kilowatt hour battery pack. This isn't just an engine swap. This is a ground up engineering. It features 4 electric motors, one for every wheel, producing a combined 1050 horsepower, 1000 horsepower. That's enough to propel this 5-seat Grand Tourer from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.5 seconds. To put that in perspective, it is faster than V12 powered by Puro Sangue. The drive system is rear biased for that classic Ferrari handling feel, with the rear motors capable of putting down 843 horsepower on their own. And for those wondering about the range, it's rated for about 530 kilometers on a single charge. It's clearly built to be usable GT, not just a track toy. The biggest hurdle for an electric sports car is emotion. Without the roar of V12, where is the passion? Ferrari spent 5 years with 40,000 kilometers of testing to answer this question. Instead of playing a synthetic fake engine noise through speakers, Luce use an innovative amplified hum. They place a sensor on the rear axle to capture the actual mechanical vibration of the motor, which are then processed and amplified. It's meant to be an honest mechanical feedback loop that keeps the driver connected to the machine. It's not trying to be a gas engine, it is trying to be the most exciting electric car engine possible. So you might notice the design looks different, and therefore that's because Ferrari collaborated with love from the design firm co-founded by former Apple design chief John Ive. The Luce abandons the classic mid-engine proportion we are used to. It's a 4-door 5-seat layout with a long wheelbase and a sloping roofline. Up front, you get a clean, fully full width lightning signature and an illuminated badge instead of a grille. The rear, however, keeps the classic 4 round taillight and aesthetic hidden behind a sleek black panel. It is minimalist, aerodynamic, and depending on who you ask, either a masterpiece of modern design or a massive departure from tradition. Let's step inside the the Apple designed or Apple influenced. And therefore when you get in, it is undeniable. The cabin is minimalist, focusing on 12.5-inch OLED display that mimics analog dials. There is always a clever 10-inch infotainment screen that moves, so both the drivers and passenger can adjust it. Crucially, they have kept a physical toggle for key control, and for the first time ever, you can seat 5 people comfortably in a Ferrari. The rear doors are rear hinged, making accessible incredibly easy. A touch of the luxury that provides this car is meant to be driven every day. So the big question is it worth $640,000? The car isn't just about the specs, it's about Ferrari proving it can survive the electric transition without losing its prestige. It's the second most expensive car in their lineup, trailing only to the Extreme F80. And deliveries start this autumn in Europe, while we'll have to wait until spring 2027 to see them on other continents, starting with America and rest of the world. Whether the Luce becomes a future classic or a polarizing experiment, one thing is certain: Ferrari has officially left the age of gasoline behind. And friends, therefore, what do you think? Has Ferrari succeeded, or is this a step too far? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the changing world of supercars. And friends, I will see you again very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will have to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Is your business strategy built on a foundation of sand? Like a sand castle? I'm sure everybody gets this kind of a feeling and there are no straightforward answers. Therefore, in this video, we dive into a powerful and sobering lessons from Bhagavad Gita and apply its ancient wisdom to the high-stake world of modern leadership. Many CEOs and entrepreneurs fall into the trap of hollow hustle, achieving massive metrics, scaling operations, and they acquire vast knowledge only to find that their efforts feel empty or ultimately fail. Let's go forward and discuss this further. We've all seen it. The CEOs who have everything, the corner office, the soaring stock price, a strategy that looks flawless on a PowerPoint deck. They are brilliant, driven, and possess a wealth of technical knowledge, technical know-how. But then it happens. Despite the perfect plans, the culture rot from within. The strategy lead to a moral or financial dead end. The growth wasn't sustainable because it wasn't grounded in anything real. In the corporate world, we call this a strategic failure. But 7,000 years ago, the Bhagavad Gita called it something else. It called it a spell. Today we are looking at chapter 9, verse 12 of Gita. This isn't just a religious text. It's a psychological mirror for every leader who has ever wondered why their hard work felt like total waste. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse and the quote starts. They came under the spell of the material energy, embracing demonic and atheistic belief. Alas, all their hopes for liberation, their fruitive actions, and their knowledge are a total waste. Quote close. To a modern CEO, words like demonic or spell might sound out of place, but let's translate them into business language and let's give it a business context. The spell is what we call a confirmation bias or a corporate myopia. It is when you are mesmerized by a short-term matrix and material energy, which is the profit, the clout and the vanity matrix that you lose, and therefore you lose sight of reality. Demonic and atheistic beliefs. in a business context isn't about theology. It's the belief that you are the sole creator of your success, that ethics are hurdle to be cleared, and that people are just resources to be used. So Bhagavad Gita warns that when a leader operates from this place, three specific things become a total waste. Every CEO, every CEO has a hope for liberation. In business, this is your exit strategy. It's the IPO, the acquisition, the freedom you think you will find once you hit a certain valuation. But verse 12 says these hopes are waste if they are built on demonic foundation. Why? Because if your strategy is driven by ego rather than purpose, you never actually become free. You become a slave to the next quarter, the next competitor, and the next ego driven goal. You aren't leading a company, you are running a treadmill that has no off switch. Next, Gita mentions fruitive action. This is the heart of every business. The execution, the marketing campaign, the R&D, and the pivots. We have seen CEOs execute brilliant fruitive actions that lead to disasters. Think of massive corporate scandals of the last decade. Those leaders were smart. Their actions produce fruits, which is, in other words, money. And therefore, this is all short terms. But because those actions embrace atheistic belief, meaning they ignored the universal laws of integrity and service, the fruits was poisonous. The result? Total waste, lawsuits, bankruptcy, and destroyed reputation. This is the most painful part for a leader. The Gita says your knowledge is a total waste. You might have an MBA from Harvard. You might know every trend in the AI and fintech, but if that knowledge is used merely to serve the material spell to manipulate market or exploit people, it becomes completely useless. True knowledge, according to Gita, should lead to, sort of realized wisdom. Without a moral compass, your data and your insights are just tools for your own downfall. So, how does a CEO avoid the dead end? The solution isn't stop being ambitious. It's to change the source of your ambition. Break the spell. There are few things, starting with breaking the spell. Audit your motivations. Are you doing this for the material energy, which is ego/status, or for the dharma, which is purpose and duty? So you must ask this question. Second, reject the demonic models. Stop seeing your business as a machine and start seeing it as an ecosystem that must add value to the world. Third, validate your knowledge. You must ensure your strategy passes the integrity test. If your plan requires you to abandon your value to succeed, the Gita tells you right now it will be a total waste. Lead with purpose and your actions will finally bear fruit that lasts longer. So friends, what do you think about this? Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective or on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit the subscribe button, share this video with leaders who need to hear this. And I will take your leave today only to catch you again in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit, which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts. And the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new 0 Series EV. Number 2 is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda Zero SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they had already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Teslas and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that $7,500 incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumers did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, they were being out-engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series, the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high-tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses, and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D-segment SUVs and mid-sized sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two-wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four-wheeler division. So back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, sort of tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars, but steady hybrid middle path. So, friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I am CK. Thanks for watching Akulmach World. I will catch you again in the next one, but before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
कश्मीर की धरती ने अनेक महान शासकों को जन्म दिया, परंतु उसमें से एक नाम विशेष रूप से इतिहास में चमकता है। कश्मीर की वादियों में जब सत्ता डगमगाने लगी, तब एक महिला ने अपने साहस और बुद्धिमत्ता से इतिहास की दिशा बदल दी। वह थी रानी दिद्दा, विकलांगता के बावजूद अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति वाली शासक, जिन्हें कश्मीर की आयरन वुमेन के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। उनका जीवन की जो कहानी है हमें बताती है कि शक्ति केवल शरीर में नहीं होती, बल्कि मन संकल्प में होती है। दिद्या का शासन का लगभग 22 वर्षों तक चला और उनका जीवन साहस, राजनीति की गहरी समझ और अदम्य इच्छा शक्ति का प्रतीक है। दिद्या का जन्म 1924 ईस्वी में हुआ था। बचपन से ही शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर थी। उनकी एक टांग विकलांग थी, लेकिन इस कमजोरी को उन्होंने कभी अपनी शक्ति पर हावी नहीं होने दिया। उनका मनोबल इतना दृढ़ था कि उन्होंने अपने जीवन को एक चुनौतीपूर्ण किंतु प्रेरणादायक यात्रा बना दिया। वह लोहारा वंश की राजकुमारी थी और कश्मीर के राजा क्षेम गुप्त से उनका विवाह हुआ था। विवाह के बाद वे कश्मीर की रानी बनी। क्षेम गुप्त की मृत्यु के बाद दिद्दा ने शासन की बागडोर अपने हाथों में ली। प्रारंभिक रूप में उन्होंने अपने पुत्र अभिमन्यु के साथ शासन किया। 1975 ईस्वी में पुत्र अभिमन्यु की मृत्यु हो गई और दिद्दा ने अपने पोते नरेंद्र गुप्त, त्रिभुवन गुप्त और भीम गुप्त को क्रमशः गद्दी पे बिठाया, परंतु वास्तविक सत्ता उनके हाथ में ही थी। एंड जल्द ही उन्होंने राजनीतिक क्षमता और कठोर निर्णय से इस पूरे क्षेत्र को एक वास्तविक सत्ता का केंद्र बना दिया। दिद्दा का शासन काल लगभग 22 वर्ष तक चला। इस दौरान उन्होंने अनेक षड्यंत्रों व विरोधों का सामना किया। दरबार में उनके खिलाफ कई बार विद्रोह हुए, परंतु उन्होंने अपनी चतुराई और कठोर नीतियों को के साथ उन सभी को परास्त किया। कहा जाता है कि उन्होंने अपने विरोधियों को समाप्त करने के लिए कोई भी एक्चुअली संकोच नहीं किया, चाहे वो दरबारी हो या उनके रिश्तेदार। और अगर उनके प्रशासनिक सुधार की बात की जाए तो वो भी काफी बड़े उन्होंने उस समय किए थे, जैसे कि कर व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और सेना को संगठित किया, सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की और उन्होंने सबसे बड़ी अगर उपलब्धि मानी जाए तो उन्होंने कश्मीर को राजनीतिक अस्थिरता से बाहर निकाला और राज्य को एक मजबूत प्रशासनिक ढांचे में ढाला। उन्होंने ये व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ किया और कश्मीर की जो सीमाएं हैं उसको भी सुरक्षित किया। दिदा का शासन काल अगर कई इतिहासकार बोलते हैं कठोर था, परंतु प्रभावी भी था। उन्होंने ये साबित किया कि एक महिला चाहे शारीरिक रूप से कमजोर ही क्यों ना हो, दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, बुद्धिमत्ता से पूरे राज्य को संभाल सकती है। उनके शासन के बाद कश्मीर में लोहारा वंश की नींव और भी मजबूत हो गई। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं और किस भाषा में इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस चर्चा को आगे और बढ़ाते हैं। इतिहासकार जो हैं वो मानते हैं, कई इतिहासकार मानते हैं कि दिद्दा काफी निर्दयी शासक थी। तो कभी वो ये भी बताते हैं कि वो दूरदर्शी नेता भी थी। लेकिन इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं कि दिद्दा ने कश्मीर के इतिहास में अपनी अमिट छाप छोड़ी। उनकी कहानी हमें सिखाती है कि परिस्थितियां चाहे कितनी भी कठोर क्यों ना हो, साहस दृढ़ता से उन्हें बदला जा सकता है। रानी दिद्दा का जीवन हमें यह भी सिखाता है कि शक्ति शारीरिक सामर्थ्य में नहीं बल्कि दृढ़ संकल्प, दूरदर्शिता में निहित होती है। विकलांगता के बावजूद उन्होंने कश्मीर की सत्ता संभाली, षड्यंत्रों को परास्त किया और राज्य की स्थिरता बनाए रखी। उनके शासन काल ने यह प्रमाणित किया कि महिला भी कठोर निर्णय लेकर इतिहास की धारा बदल सकती है। अगर देखा जाए तो दिद्दा की कहानी साहस और नेतृत्व की है, जिसने अमित छाप कश्मीर के इतिहास पर छोड़ी है। कभी कई लोग उनको निर्दयी कहते हैं, कई दूरदर्शी कहते हैं, लेकिन उनकी गाथा हमें ये प्रेरणा देती है कि कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी यदि मनोबल अडिग रहे तो असंभव को भी संभव किया जा सकता है। तो अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए और विषय पर अगर आपकी कोई टिप्पणी हो तो उसको भी हमारे साथ साझा कीजिए। अब हम ये समाप्त करते हैं आज की मुलाकात। आपसे फिर बहुत जल्द मुलाकात होगी। तब तक अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार।
The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole? Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, I mean, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, I mean, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last, because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony. So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained, the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman, and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge. driven not only by handwritten actually, manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced the trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with a remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth-centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. No, so this is how these ideas generate a worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम, आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ को बंद किया, इधर-उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया, करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया। अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110, 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियोपॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये 2 देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है। तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी, और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है, ये परमानेंट है या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है? तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए, और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज़ को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था, और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है नेबरहुड के अंदर, जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहाँ पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहाँ तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई, प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं, जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास, ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इजराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा आगे, क्या होगा, दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम, जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब ख़त्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है, और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मोज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा, और सब कुछ ख़त्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब ख़त्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा। इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा, और उनके अंदर 1 डेढ़ साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से, सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे? क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे? क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं, और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है, और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक्ड जो एसेट्स थे पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे, वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 डेज, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है ये लास्टिंग पीस है, या एक कंट्रोल्ड एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है, जिससे कि आप कुछ दें कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है? कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूं जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद।
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers, for these array and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation belts and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound. Communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So, by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific, it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transform every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So what is certain is that the spark has been lit and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the furnace of ancient India, where the sages were scientists and labs were temples of an inquiry, one name glows like a molten gold: Nagarjuna. Not the philosopher of Mahayan fame, but the metallurgist and alchemist whose experiments with mercury, iron, and transmutation blurred the line between mysticism and the material science. Legend places him in a Vidarbha and Satvahana dynasty, working in hidden labs, chasing immortality, while perfecting techniques that still echoes in modern metallurgy. In 2026, as nanotechnology, refined alloys, and imitation jewelry thrives on his ancient method, Nagarjuna's story reminds us that the quest to transform matter is timeless as human spirit itself. So let's find out more. In the annals of Indian science, Nagarjuna stands as a figure both enigmatic and luminous. While the name Nagarjuna is often associated with great Buddhist philosopher of 2nd century CE, another tradition celebrates him as a metallurgist and alchemist of medieval India. The Nagarjuna, remembered in text and oral tradition, was a master of rasayan, the ancient Indian science of alchemy, and a pioneer in the metallurgy whose contribution continues to echo into the 21st century. Born, according to some account, in Vidarbha and later associated with Satvahan dynasty, Nagarjuna is said to have established labs in South India. Archaeological evidence from Nagalwadi in Maharashtra suggests that he conducted experiment in metallurgy and chemistry, working with substances like iron, mercury, and his curiosity was not limited to metals. He sought an elixir of immortality, invisibility, and transformation, blending mystical aspiration with a rigorous experimentation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, his most celebrated text is Rasa Ratnakar, is a compilation of chemical knowledge. In it, Nagarjuna discussed the acid, the metals, and the process of purification. He described a method for extracting gold, silver, tin, and copper, and even outlined the distillation techniques. These writings reveal a mind deeply engaged with the material world, yet always linking a chemical process to the spiritual purification. For Nagarjuna, the act of refining metal mirrored the refining or refinement of soul. Impurities must be removed, whether in the matter or in human character. One of his most intriguing contribution was gold shine mechanism. Through experiment, he discovered the ways to transmute the base metal into substance that resemble gold. While not true transmutation, this process produced a gold-like sheen technology that remarkably is still used today in the jewelry industry for imitation of ornament. Thus, a technique born in ancient labs continues to shape the modern aesthetics. Nagarjuna's influence extended beyond the metallurgy. He was also a physician, a yogi, contributing to Ayurveda through texts like Yoga Satak and the Jeev Sutra. His integration of chemistry with medicine enriched Indian medieval traditions, offering insight into the preparation of compound and the treatment. In this way, he embodied the interdisciplinary spirit, a scientist, a healer, a philosopher, rolled into one. In 2026, his legacy feels strikingly modern. His principle of articulated systematic experimentation, purification, and transformation resonate with the contemporary chemistry and the material science. His vision of linking matter and spirit anticipates today's holistic approach, where the science and philosophy are not seen as a opposite but as a contemporary path of understanding. Moreover, his experiment in distillation and meteorology remind us that India's scientific heritage is not peripheral but central to the global history of science. Nagarjun, the meteorologist, thus emerged as a bridge builder between philosophy and chemistry, between ancient aspiration and modern technologies. His labs may have been simple by today's standards, but his imagination was vast, reaching for the immortality and cosmic truth, while the grounding itself in the practical art of working with the metals. In honoring him, we recognize not only as a pioneer of Indian alchemy, but also a timeless symbol of human curiosity, the drive to transform, to refine, and to discover. Nagarjun's alchemy was more than a pursuit of gold. It was a pursuit of knowledge itself. In 2026, as we refine materials at nanoscale, explore new alloy for space exploration, we walk a path he helped to lay centuries ago, providing the fire of inquiry he kindled still that inquiry which he kindled that still actually burns within us in 2026. We have come to the end. Please like and subscribe this channel. Look forward for your comments. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Vanra and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be shouldn't be there by all accounts. And what causes these particles to float in that area, it was a mystery. So what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century, we had no answers. But today in 2026, a team of researchers from Thokowu University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case. And the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The research team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47-kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor. It is actively terraforming, or rather Venus forming, the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner.